that it was open a new page, and I didn't like to go to see him in a sense that to see a famous person, because it was something more special for me. Then I didn't want to see him for curiosity. Then I haven't seen him since I was there since the last general audience when he said farewell to the world. Yes, yes.
And now you will be also here for his funeral in Rome?
Yes. Yes, I hope to be here also for the funeral. Yes, tomorrow it will be open in the Basilica, St. Peter's Basilica, to pray near him, and then let's see what happens in the next days.
Do we already know a little bit what will happen? Have you heard more?
Yes, we know that tomorrow, Monday, no, tomorrow, no, that on Mondays.
On the 2nd, right? On the 2nd, the Pope will be in St. Peter's.
Yes, the Pope will be in St. Peter's. It's probably tomorrow it will be in the Clementine Chapel, just for the diplomatic corps and also the Vatican Curia. Then tomorrow, I think tomorrow we will see the first images, or this afternoon, the first TV images of Pope Benedict XVI. Now they are in the monastery preparing the body, and I'm sure they are praying before him, and then let's see what happens.
Javier, can I just ask you, would you pray with me a Hail Mary also for Pope Emeritus, together with our viewers online? I think that's what we also should be doing, not just grabbing the news, but also praying for Pope Benedict.
Maybe I will do it in Italian or in Spanish, because in English it's a little bit difficult.
You do it in Spanish, I do it in English, and everybody who's watching us already, please pray with us also for Pope Benedict, for all the people around him also, who are now preparing the next steps.
So many people are
passing.
coming here to the Vatican to say goodbye and to say thank you to Pope Benedict, yes.
It is amazing, actually, how many people are now coming in, and many people have been here, but also for the new year, but many have also come just to say goodbye when they heard of the news just 2 or 3 days ago from Pope Francis. But let's say a prayer together.
Dios te salve María, llena eres de gracia, el Señor es contigo, bendita tú eres entre todas las mujeres y bendito es el fruto de tu vientre Jesús. Santa María, Madre de Dios, ruega por nosotros pecadores, ahora y en la hora de nuestra muerte. Amén.
Thank you. Thank you also for praying with us. If you're live now, please let people know that we're here live online from St. Peter's Square. Also, if you're in Rome and you're seeing this and you have a story to share, a personal story, how the writings or the words of Pope Benedict have touched you, then why don't you find us here at St. Peter's Square? We're looking for testimonies also about the Pope. One last question, Javier, before I let you go. Santo Subito?
Well, the Pope Francis said last week that he was a saint. He considers him a saint. For me, it's very special that on the coffin it will be pushed. It will be there will be only the gospel, and this is the way that he has followed his whole life. He's a lover of Jesus. He's the man who knows better Jesus. His books are spectacular, and it's a good farewell to Benedict. Yes.
Javier, thank you so much. Thank you for being with us. I know you have to run also to the press office. We'll get more news as this is also developing, also understanding what the next steps are. And thank you very much. Thank you. It's a much pleasure. And I hope we can have you back also in the coming days. Thank you, Javier. All right, goodbye. So this was Javier Martinez from ABC from Spain. He's been a Vaticanist for the last 10 years or longer even. He's watched Pope Benedict and worked with Pope Benedict, interviewed him. He was also the last journalist to lately interview now Pope Francis, where Pope Francis said that indeed Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI is a saint. And we just decided to be here online, sending live, broadcasting live from St. Peter's Square, because it is a big thing for us as a Vatican Bureau of EWTN. It is a big thing for the Church that one of its giants in theology, but also just on a human side as a person, Pope Emeritus has passed. I will ask now Rudolf Gehrig, who is from Germany, like Pope Benedict himself, to join me also. You're working here at the Vatican Bureau of EWTN, but you've been following for a long time now, first Pope Benedict, then Pope Francis, and have reported on this, especially for the German countries. How is his passing perceived in Germany? What are we hearing from there, from his home country?
I was checking the news during my way to the office in the metro, and it's a huge shock, even though it was obvious that it wouldn't last very long. But there are a lot of people. I saw people writing that they are crying, and especially the Catholics who learned a lot from Benedict and got a lot for their personal faith and their life in the faith.
And for you personally, I mean, have you been reading Pope Benedict?
I have to brag a little bit. I have a book from Pope Benedict with a personal signature from him, with a very small. He has a very small scripture and writing here for Rudolf. And yes, of course. And the last thing I did was listening to the audiobook of this big Jesus Christ theology, because the book was so massive that I decided to listen to it. And so right now it's very strange. We are journalists. We got the news. I say, okay, it's news. We have to be live. We have to do our job. But on the way in the metro, this one, I couldn't hold back and started crying for a second, like a little baby. Of course I tried to hide it, and we are Germans. We don't try to show too much emotions, but it's a very sad day today. Even though, like you said, when we come here, you said finally he's in heaven. Maybe that's the right way to see it, but right now in this moment I feel a deep sadness.
But isn't it strange? I mean, yes, it's sad he has passed. At the same time, he's been 95 years of age, so everybody knew that also it wasn't an easy time. Our colleagues here, our journalist colleagues, are running through the camera while we're filming, but that's how it is, because here are literally, no problem, here are literally hundreds of journalists now, all putting up their cameras, all starting to film, and we just decided to go online live also, so we're putting this together. Stay with us, maybe also share the feed to others who want to be now online and find out more about what's happening next after the passing, after official announcement also that Pope Benedict has actually passed. Rudolf, you said that you were crying. That's a sad day, but it doesn't feel like that, really. No, it seems that the mood is not very sad. Why do you think that is?
Because of the sun. We're in Italy. Everybody was preparing for the final day of the year, and of course, it was a kind of a shock when Pope Francis, in this general audience on last Wednesday, said Pope Benedict is really sick, we have to pray for him, and people all around the world prayed for him. So we had enough preparation. We had preparation for nearly more or less 10 years. As Archbishop Genswein said, after this retirement, Pope Benedict expected that he wouldn't live very long, maybe 1 year, maybe 2 years. Now it's nearly in February, it would have been 10 years since his retirement. So we had enough preparation, but when the moment is here, yeah, you cannot really prepare for that.
No, you cannot prepare. But I mean, I did the same as you, actually, not in the metro, but just on the way down here to the square. And then I was like, well, you know, if even Pope Francis says that, so even the reigning Pope is convinced that he's a saint. You know, I offered my prayers for Pope Benedict, but also then I asked him for his intercession already, because it's actually not that sad a day if you consider that somebody's in heaven, somebody who's lived a full life and has been so influential to so many lives in the church.
Yeah, but that's what I love in Catholicism, in the concept of Catholicism, that we are allowed to be sad. Of course, we have to hope he will be in heaven. But like the disciples after Jesus' death, it's okay to be sad, even though we have the hope. And okay, maybe after 3 days, after 4 days, we will look differently on that. But maybe right now, for the moment, it's a strange mixture, isn't it? It feels like, okay, on the one hand, we have to do our job. We're journalists. On the other hand, we're still Catholics, and we have the reason we are doing all this is the Church. And it's also the Pope. We are here in Rome because of the Pope. And now it's maybe like, so we have the Holy Father, and maybe today our Holy Grandfather died. And for me, it feels like my grandfather died. And yeah, so I have the permission to be sad.
You have the permission to be sad. There's also one thing, because you're from Germany also, and I mean, the German newspapers, now we know that Germany, of course, there's like half of the country is Catholic, half of the country is Protestant, and then of course a very secular country it is as well. But when Pope Benedict got elected, the main German newspaper titled "We Are Pope," and we're celebrating. Everybody was surprised, like, "Ooh, where's this coming from?" But really, like a sense of pride. Then during his pontificate, where there were also a lot of challenges, right, from very different angles, coming from very different sides, also those challenges. How did this develop? Are Germans right now proud of their Pope as well, or has that changed?
No, it hasn't changed. The thing was with the newspaper, the big German newspaper with "We Are Pope" and Pope Benedict on the front page. I remember when I started at EWTN in Germany, in the basement of my German boss, he had this newspaper on the front door when you come into the office, and it reminded ourselves. I started at EWTN 2013. Pope Francis was already the Pope, but we still have this Pope Emeritus, the Pope from Germany. The problem was that the Germans always had the very strange relationship to their own Pope, and it always felt strange when I spoke with colleagues from other countries, with Catholics from other countries, maybe on the World Youth Day, and they were prouder on Benedict than we Germans are. So it didn't really change. So I remember when I was a kid and Pope Benedict, and I heard the news on the radio, and I ran to my parents and said, "Hey, Josef Ratzinger is the new Pope. We have a German Pope." The next thing on the radio was interviews on the streets in Munich, where he was Archbishop, and people saying, yeah, it's a sad day for the church. And it was so contrary to my own feeling. On the other hand, we still have this hardcore Pope Benedict fans, still even in these days. And on the way to the office, I got a lot of messages, and they said the same. I feel like an abandoned child now. So when Germans show feelings, they are maybe a little bit sometimes over the top, but it's this strange mixture, and we will see. And I'm pretty sure in the next days, even in the German medias, a lot of criticism. And just be prepared. And it's good, especially on social media, when you're Catholic and you like Pope Benedict, then maybe it's better not to read the comments, not to read every comment in social media.
Well, in German, we have the saying, "Don't throw stones after dead people." I'm sure there are similar sayings in other languages, but so you say there will be a lot of criticism. What will that be centered around?
So they say he didn't act very well during the abuse crisis, which even Pope Francis said during his trip to Ireland in 2018, that Pope Benedict is one of the reasons that that the Church really reacts to the abuse crisis. And to be honest, in my point of view, the Church acts more better than the state, and to prevent further abuse actions. And
I mean, Pope Benedict was also like the one who really, even as a prefect of the Congregation of the Doctrine of Faith, to really also against a lot of opposition, to start a process to handle abuse crisis. I mean, for the whole of society, not just the Church, that was a big thing. Is that being forgotten now?
Yes, it is forgotten, and we draw especially in Germany, we draw a picture of Pope Benedict, of this guy who is obsessed with power, like Palpatine in Star Wars. It's a very common picture there. And a guy who just cares about the image of the Church, but that's not true. Like you said, when he was a prefect of the Congregation of the Doctrine of Faith, he didn't care about the image. He said, we have to help the abuse victims. Then the image of the Church is second, or just saying priests who were guilty for abuse, they are the damage for the image. So we have to fight against that. And he realized that very early.
So I think that's also very important now when the whole world starts also interpreting about who Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI really was, his impact on the Church and so on. That there's a big temptation probably also to just say, oh yes, the last thing we heard was this abuse report from his diocese, his old diocese, Munich-Freising, and we don't really know what has been going on, but from what we've heard also from his private secretary, it's been all cleared up, correct?
Exactly. So it wasn't very good how the reaction of the environment of Pope Benedict was. The problem was that Pope Benedict already in that stage was already very ill, and he trusted some advisors, and maybe their advice wasn't always the best advice. But right now, things are more clear, and we have to correct this image that Pope Benedict tried to cover up abuse. He never did.
Rudolf, maybe to a more joyful topic also. You said there's still many hardcore fans, you called them in Germany, of Pope Benedict. Would you consider yourself such a belonging to this group?
No.
As a journalist, you can't really say that.
No. My relationship to Pope Benedict was very German, cool but respectful. I saw him the first time in 2005 on the World Youth Day in Cologne. I was 11 years old, and I could never imagine that I will later live for 8.5 years in Cologne and work for EWTN. But that was the first time, and I saw him on the Rhine, the big river, on the ship, and we always made some jokes about his piano fingers, because he was like, when Pope Benedict was waving, he was like a piano player. So I had his silent character, very shy, very humble. I always respected that. But of course, a guy like John Paul II, a charismatic person, is maybe more like a role model when you're young. But the older you get, the more you really start to love this man who doesn't take himself too seriously, to take himself back and being just a great pope.
Being just a great pope. What will you personally take with you?
Of course, the book with a personal signature, and one day when he gets holy, maybe we've seen this on eBay. No, just kidding. What I will take personally from him is that he reminded me that our faith is much more than nice emotions. He really reminded me that our faith, that we have to use our brain, or we are allowed to use our brain, that we can think about God, that we can criticize God, which Ratzinger always did, and said, or he asked God, why did you do that? And that's my explanation, and that's personally it's a huge lesson that I learned, and I wish everybody else will also learn that faith is much more than just emotion. It's also ratio.
It's also ratio. Rudolf, I'm seeing that here, actually behind us, behind the camera, they're clearing out the space down to Consolazione. The square still seems to be open for people and pilgrims to access. What do we know? What will be the next steps now?
And we know that they will, I don't know if that's the right English word, but they expose the body of Pope Benedict on January 2nd. So that was a lot of people asked me, do I have to come to Rome now? I don't want to miss the funeral. As we got the informations now, that we still have some time. They won't bury him within the next 3 days and not within the next 4 days. So people have enough time to come to Rome. That's the thing we know right now. In the press statement, they say we will get more information during the day, and I'm sure on our channels we will inform the people. So watch EWTN.
Very well, and you will also inform everybody in Germany and also do there on television, but of course also on the online channels. Will be here right down at St. Peter's Square, the Vatican Bureau of EWTN for all our networks worldwide. Is very close to St. Peter's Square. We'll be reporting on Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI, and we're actually sad today, but at the same time also a little bit happy that there's so many people now coming to say goodbye. We still don't know exactly what the protocol will be like. There are different scenarios still out there. Can you tell us a little bit more about this, maybe?
Yeah, I remember we discussed about it yesterday. We don't know if it will be a papal funeral, but right now I hear more and more people say no, the Vatican won't allow to bury him just like a bishop. So, but we don't have any facts right now. But
so in theory, because it's a Pope Emeritus, we don't have a lot of experience with this. In theory, there would be, according to protocol, for a cardinal, there would be like a 3-day period of mourning for people to say goodbye. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. And for a pope who
Or reigning pope.
yeah who died during his reign, that would be a mourning time for 9 days. I don't think that will happen, but Italy in the Vatican is a place with a lot of surprises.
Where a lot of possibilities are. Ultimately, Pope Francis will take this decision, of course.
I'm pretty sure he already took his decision, and we just don't know about it. They had a lot of time to prepare everything, and I'm sure they have plans, but they will let us know.
Yeah, and what we know for sure is that starting tomorrow on Monday, we are. Sorry, I'm just hearing now. So on Tuesday, no, on Monday, the Pope will be, I think, lying in state in St. Peter's Basilica. Now I'm hearing that we're going live to the press conference, and we're switching to that, which will be aired. The press center is very close. And okay, no, we're not doing this. We're here. Rudolf, thank you so much. We'll ask you back. Maybe you can also get us a few guests that were here not all alone, and bring them in here also to give a testimony maybe for Pope Francis while we're finding out what the next what the next steps are. Also, I can see here our other Vatican correspondent, Colin Flynn. Maybe you can ask him to get him. And in the meantime, what I just wanted to say also, because we briefly touched on the big topic that has been also a little bit sadly framing the late pontificate of Pope Francis, the whole abuse crisis here also in the church, and where he was also kind of in the center of criticism, at least in the media, just a few months back. EWTN recorded an interview on that matter with his private secretary, the prefect of the Papal House, Archbishop Genswein, where he also explained in an interview that lasts for half an hour and is very going in depth, so to say, to explain what important role Benedict XVI played also as a cardinal, but then also as a reigning pope. In handling the abuse crisis in a good manner, in making this also known, and in making sure that the victims are also being seen, not being ignored, and receiving justice. There is now quite a bit of movement, so I will just leave the camera. We keep on rolling, and we'll be back in just 30 seconds or so. From Rome, Andreas Tonhauser for EWTN Vatican Bureau. Nope. Okay. Warte, sage ich das noch an? Okay, I just... okay. Is that they really now want to clear at least the space here in front of St. Peter's Square. Maybe they're also going to clear the square now. We will be back online, and we just have to find another position for our cameras and our equipment here. Again, thank you for being with us. Please let people know that we're here live in St. Peter's Square for EWTN. This signal is digital only, but there will be more and more content also on our TV channels across the world. Please make sure EWTN will keep you updated and bring you more stories, but also more in-depth insights about the life, about the impact of Pope Benedict XVI. Thank you so much for being with us. Please do say a prayer here for Pope Benedict, but also for all the pilgrims that are flocking into Rome right now to pay their last condolences. Andreas Tonhauser, EWTN Vatican Bureau. tu mi chiami. Rudolf. Wir brauchen Matteo. Hello, we're back live here from St. Peter's Square. We had to reposition a little bit because the police is now clearing off the space in front of St. Peter's Square. The piazza still seems to be open, but of course, now the police is expecting thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of pilgrims to come here to flock to St. Peter's Basilica to say goodbye to Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI. EWTN is covering this live right now online, but of course you can also see our program on TV where we bring you more information, more in-depth news, but also more insights into the life of Benedict XVI, who was a very important, a great pope for the church, and who also impacted a lot of different people's lives. With me here is now somebody who actually came for holidays, for vacation over the new year, but I'm informed that you just decided to hopefully rearrange your travel plans.
Yes, we're going to rearrange our travel plan so we can see Pope Lang.
What is your name again? Where are you from?
My name is Lee Mueller. I'm from Nashville, Tennessee.
And what brings you to Rome?
Oh, we just decided to go on vacation here from Athens, and we wanted to see if we could go attend the Pope New Year's Eve Mass, but we had a ticket for Vesper.
You had the ticket for the Vespers, but now today other news arrived.
Yes, now is that the news arrived, so we are really kind of at a loss for words and the plan. So we're going to reschedule everything for the next 5 days, so we make sure we could see Pope Benedict and say goodbye for the last time.
So you want to say goodbye for the last time? Is there what will you remember of Pope Benedict XVI? Is he like a special person also for you?
He's special for me because my father-in-law is German. So when he was Pope Benedict was elected to be Pope, my father-in-law bought me a limited edition of the Coronation Bible for Pope Benedict for me. So he was already special from day one when he was elected as a Pope.
And what will you be taking with you?
It is a sad day, but it's a special day that we happen to be here, so we were very grateful.
So you will make sure also to be able to pay your condolences to enter into St. Peter's Basilica?
Yes, definitely.
Very well. And maybe you're here with a whole group of pilgrims from Tennessee.
No, my son and I actually travel on our own, and we've been traveling to Finland, Denmark, Greece, Turkey. We went to House of Holy Mary in Turkey, and we came over here. We went to all the daily masses and all the basilica, and we were surprised there's so many priests, and every daily mass, like up to 9 priests, celebrated the mass. Where we were in, my sister lived in Cairns, Australia. They hardly have one. So that's an eye-opening.
So that's really different here in Rome, and now you will maybe be able to witness even the funeral.
Yes, we were hoping so.
We're hoping so. We don't know yet what exactly the timetable will be. We don't know yet the protocol. We're waiting to find out. My colleagues have just arrived also who've been to the press conference from the Holy See, so that we have more news on that.
Yes, we have 1 week to stay here in Italy. We were planning to go to St. Benedict Monastery and St. Pio, but then we have to arrange everything now because Pope Benedict is #1 now.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you for being here, and thank you also for rearranging everything to be with Pope Benedict on his last lying in state here also in St. Peter's Basilica.
Thank you so much for talking to me.
Thank you very much. Happy New Year to you too. So you can see a lot of pilgrims who have been in the city already because of the new year, because of all the different masses that are being celebrated. The vigil today will still take place. Tomorrow is at 10 o'clock. Mass with Pope Francis in honor of Mary, of course. It's the 1st of January. And then on the 2nd of January, Pope Benedict will be lying in state in St. Peter's Basilica. For that, hundreds of thousands of pilgrims will come to Rome, probably millions. And right now, everything is being arranged to prepare the city for this real storm, for this hurricane of people coming to the city, which also shows how important Pope Benedict was for so many people. And I had friends calling me asking, well, do you have a space where we can stay in Rome if this is happening, even before the news today, because there's so much interest to come to Rome and to say goodbye to Pope Benedict. Even on our network, I saw Sorab Ahmari, the famous journalist who converted from, who's from Iran originally. His family's from Iran, who converted to Catholicism, and he shared on News Nightly how important Pope Benedict and his writings were to him personally, also to accept and to adopt the Catholic faith. And that is true of so many people around the world who only now also share the testimonies of how Pope Benedict has impacted their life. I will ask now my colleague Colin Flynn to join me here. He is our Vatican correspondent. Colin,
hey, Andres,
thank you for being here. I understand you just flew in last night or 2 days ago also to be here if Pope Benedict really passes.
Yeah, that's right. Like many people, I was at home enjoying the Christmas break, and then when I saw the announcement from the Vatican that he had taken a sudden dip in his health, I got on the next plane to come back here to Rome to be part of the coverage. Concerned, like so many people, I'm waiting to see what would happen.
And you have been preparing also for this moment. So what would you say? I mean, you've been speaking to many people. What is the impact of Pope Benedict XVI?
It's what a hard thing to answer in a short period of time, but
sure.
Over the last couple of weeks and months, I've been interviewing and talking to people about the life and legacy of Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI. And you know, they say that a legacy is in the eye of the beholder. But first of all, the one common thing that I've heard from everyone is what a great teaching pope that he was, the great theologian, his contributions to the church in terms of encyclicals and his writings. And then, of course, the other thing is the misconceptions around Pope Benedict. You had what many people said to me on both sides of the fence, a public narrative in the media, and then you had a very different reality in terms of the person and who Pope Benedict was. You know, the term Gottsrottweiler was kind of thrown around in the media and in the public. And the people who I've been speaking to, both conservative and more progressive Catholics, have all said the same thing, that this was highly inaccurate. It was such a mischaracterization of the person. So that was something that I found again and again. And then just how he handled the storm of the sexual abuse crisis, you know, that kind of broke during John Paul II.
Before we come to this, sorry to interrupt you, but just to underline this as well, I mean, his private secretary, Archbishop Genswein, when we spoke to him lately, he also said, like, he was such a kind, welcoming person as well, right? Not the picture that was painted of him.
And actually, a story that we did on EWTN 2 years ago at the Vatican Observatory, where we interviewed the head astronomer, Brother Guy Consolmagno. In that interview, it was very telling. I was asking him about the different popes who have come and he has worked under. And he said, people don't know this about Pope Benedict, but he had a great sense of humor. And he said that, you know, this image of an austere and authoritative and serious professor couldn't have been further from the truth when you were one-on-one with the person. Now, did he have the charism for the world stage and like maybe Pope Francis does, and for the television cameras? Probably not as much as Pope John Paul II and Pope Francis. He was maybe better in private and one-on-one, but that's something that surprised me as well, that many people said he actually had a very good sense of humor.
So, and you're from Ireland, but you've been living in the U.S. as well. You're fairly young. How has Pope Benedict been received by, let's say, your generation and also in the English-speaking world? And I have to ask that because I'm from a Germanic background, so I have a different approach there.
Reality. It's difficult, I think, because his papacy was short in relative terms, 8 years. And you know, it's difficult for Pope Benedict in a way, and I think his legacy will show this when we talk about his time as head of the pontiff. But to be sandwiched in between a pope like Pope John Paul II and then Pope Francis, and to be facing the global abuse crisis and trying to weather that storm as well, it wasn't easy for him, again, in terms of reputation and in terms of his portrayal in the media. So I think a lot of people in my generation, they may have misconceptions again about the Pope and the person that he was. However, in saying that, I've been speaking to people over the past number of weeks who attended World Youth Day in Madrid or in Sydney, where 400,000 people gathered for that closing mass that he celebrated. And the things they say about what Pope Benedict did for their faith was incredible. And again, they go back to his writings. And as Bishop Barron told me, him wanting to make the church Christocentric again, putting Christ at the center, that's been remarkable to hear.
So the U.S. is waking up now to those news. It's now, what is it, 12:30, so it's what, 6:30 in Washington right now. How will this be perceived in the English-speaking world? You've been working quite a bit from New York and other places in the U.S. What will be the reaction you think there?
There will be a mixed reaction. There will be many victims who will say, acknowledging that he did so much for reform. I think in 1 year alone he laicized 400 priests who had credible accusations made against him. Many victims will still say, too little, too late. They'll point to the Munich report and so on. However, you look at his trip to the United States in 2008, when he was the first sitting pope in history to meet with victims. And this wasn't just a PR exercise. He met with them in private, he heard their stories, he heard their cry, and he pledged to respond, which, again, people on both sides of the aisle say that he did that. He was the first to initiate great reforms in the Vatican in terms of sexual abuse and also Vatican finances. So I think, of course, there will be a mixed reaction. It will be analysed and debated on the news media across the United States over the coming days. And it'll remain to be seen how he'll be remembered. I think mainly people will realise probably a misunderstood Pope in many different ways.
On that very difficult topic of the abuse, and I mean, even Pope Benedict always spoke in terms where there's no misunderstanding that this is a big tragedy for everybody. Yeah. At the same time, Archbishop Genswein, his private secretary, we spoke to him over the last weeks, years. He did not fail to really stress that it was Pope Benedict who tried to do a lot in this on this topic to really also make ways to help the victims, but also the church not to be ignorant towards this, but to change their ways in dealing with this problem as well. He also said to us in an interview that whoever wants to see the truth, so who's not touching this, especially with regard to Pope Benedict, with malevolence, but really with an open mind and trying to find the truth, will see it. Do you think there's enough information out on this also, what Pope Benedict actually has done? Even the background stories to the Munich Freising report and the cases that allegedly Pope Benedict had to hide, and there have been interviews and facts shown to the public, but are people aware of that?
That's a great question. And again, we live, Andreas, as you know, in a social media world where everything is kind of transmitted in sound bites and short information. And how difficult is it to explain something complex, multi-layered and multivariate in a short sound bite? No, there's not enough information out there about what actually happens in terms of reform. Much of the reform that is happening today at the Vatican can be traced back to Benedict's papacy in terms of reform for clamping down and zero tolerance on those who were even alleged, credible accusations against those who had committed abuse. Again, you have to just look at his time in the Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith. He made sure that it was his office that was responsible for handling a lot of these cases. And as I said, in 1 year alone, 400 priests, 400 were laicized because they had accusations made against them. I think that needs to be examined more. It needs to be talked about more. And then even with the Munich report, as you mentioned, it had 4 cases it said were credible, 4 cases in the 70s that he mishandled when he was Archbishop. He, of course, strongly denied that in his 80-page response to that. So I think, again, you will have to have people who are canon lawyers, survivors, people of the church are looking at this together and discussing it, trying to come to some sort of conclusion. But of course, things are never black and white as we like to paint them in the media. Things are nuanced, and there's always a lot more behind the scenes.
Well, and who wants to have an in-depth and really behind-the-scenes look on this cause, on this topic, there is online a 30-minute interview with Archbishop Genswein explaining the whole situation, explaining the Munich Freising report. Of course, that's his view, yes. That's his angle, but a view also from behind the scenes.
If you want someone who knows Pope Benedict the best and has been there with him through thick and through thin for many years, I mean, he is the man who has that insight. His point of view, yes, of course, but an incredible insight.
We're also hopeful to have a statement or an interview with him soon, just to also bring you that and this information. So please keep following us. If you're seeing this now and you're in Rome and you have a testimony, also a private testimony with Pope Benedict, please don't hesitate. Come here. We're right in front of St. Peter's Basilica. Column, you will be here as well. So I hope we can bring you more information. By the way, have you been to the press conference? Have you heard the latest news? I think one of our colleagues has been, at least.
No, I haven't been, and only from the press conference this morning, from what I heard. Yeah.
Okay, so I will bring now. Let's ask Matteo. May I ask you just briefly to come over here? Our producer for EWTN News Nightly, who might have more information for us on this as well. Maybe if you hear more, we can have you back on there as well, and we'll keep online. Colin, thank you so much. I understand you will also do more information also for other TV outlets and for us from today and the coming days.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, we'll be covering it across for EWTN and for the BBC as well. And again, from what I've been hearing, talking to people over the last few months, is that there's more to the legacy than maybe meets the eye. So that's incredible to see.
Colin Flynn, Vatican reporter for EWTN, Vatican Bureau. Thank you so much. Thank you for being with us, and all the best now for those very busy times.
Thank you, Andreas.
Thank you. So now I'm asking to Matteo Cioffi, who is a producer for EWTN News Nightly. Again, this is not something rehearsed. This is very recent. Matteo, thank you so much for joining us here as well. You're trying to get all ducks in a row right now for your TV productions that you have to oversee. You're working here at the EWTN Vatican Bureau. We're here now since 2 or 3 hours in the square, in the piazza, just in front of St. Peter's Basilica. What do we know so far? Have we heard more also from the Sala Stampa about the protocol? What will happen in the next days?
Yes. Good morning to everyone. First of all, well, it's a sad day, very sad. We were expecting something like that for sure, but then you never know when it's happening. What we know, and we learned a few minutes ago, that the funeral will take place on Thursday.
On Thursday already?
Yeah, so January 5th, there will be a celebration for the funeral, 9:30 here in St. Peter's Square. And so that's probably the most important news that we had in the last 20 minutes. Probably you said before that at the Sala Stampa, the Holy See press office, a briefing took place. Matteo Bruni, the Vatican spokesman, shared this sad news with the journalists there. And then he also said that there will be the funeral, so confirming this news. Thursday, 9:30, January 5th, there will be the funeral for Pope Emeritus Benedict here in St. Peter's Square.
And do we have information where he will be lying then?
No, we don't know that yet. We are waiting for additional news. As we know, it's going to be a long day, and we will try to provide as much as we can over the next hours. We are working on that. Matteo Bruni said now it's time to pray, it's time to stay together. Also, you know, with the sadness in our heart, because it's always something very, very sad for all of us. And he said, I will be in the Sala Stampa for the rest of the day, and probably there will be another briefing when we will have something more to share. So let's wait. What we know, it's just about the funeral, and as you probably already said before, there will be on Monday, January 2nd, you know, Pope Benedict here in St. Peter's Square, so the pilgrims, the faithful, will be able to see him and to pray and to stay together for a reflection.
But Matteo, I mean, already there are millions of people in Rome. We just had an interview with a lady from Nashville, Tennessee, who will now change her travel plans together with her son, also to say goodbye to the Pope, to maybe be there also for Thursday. Are 3 days enough to say goodbye?
Well, I don't think so. I remember in 2005 when when the Pope Wojtyła, Karol Wojtyła, John Paul II died, it was a very, very touching moment, and I remember the number of people came here. I don't know, we cannot expect something like that, I don't know. I remember the city of Rome was profoundly touched of that, because, you know, he was the Pope for 27 years, for a very long time. And, you know, we were, all of us here, I remember the schools were closed, the offices were closed. I was a student at that time, and I remember how the city experienced that moment. I don't know what's going to happen for Benedict. We will see, we will understand. There will be 5 days to pray, to stay together before the funeral. People will have, as you said, 3 days here before the funeral. And what can we say?
But after the funeral, that's it, right? This is the end then of all the proceedings around the passing of the Pope.
Yes, exactly. You know, in these days we read something about the celebration of the funeral, because it's the first time in the history that we are experiencing something like that. I mean, Pope Emeritus died, and then another Pope could celebrate, you know. Usually there is the decano of the cardinals, you know, to celebrate this. So this is a kind of weird protocol, right, that we are trying to understand, but for what we heard, Pope Francis should celebrate the Mass and not the decano of the cardinal. So this is another thing that we can just try to learn as much as we can, because it's something that we are experiencing for the first time in the history. And, you know, we can be here and we can learn and we can understand and then try.
There has been one Pope who resigned, but that was completely different circumstances.
Exactly. And I don't think there are journalists that can share something like that with us now.
No, I don't know. We're looking, but...
Exactly. So let's see. But, you know, that's another interesting part of this sad story, you know, just trying to understand how the protocol will be. And for sure, it's a special one for this occasion, which is sad, but at the same time special. And we are witnessing something incredible. And let's see how in the next hours this square will be. And we cannot forget that today is the last day of the year. So here in Rome, there are a lot of tourists, a lot of pilgrims, a lot of people that maybe they don't know too much about the church, but because they are here, they are coming, you know, to the square. And
yeah, and we invite also people who watch EWTN. If you're seeing us online now on the different social media channels where we're broadcasting live, if you're in Rome, if you have a story to share with Pope Benedict, please come find us. There was a lady from Nashville just here right now who will change all her travel plans now. She's come to Rome and visited other pilgrim places, and now she wants to say goodbye also to Benedict. And I think there will be millions of faithful coming, no?
Yes, I think so. And again, also because it's, you know, holiday time, and there are a lot of people, a lot of tourists, you know, here in Rome, and probably this additional number of people will create an incredible and unexpected situation here at the Vatican tonight. I was wondering actually if the city of Rome will respond in some way to that.
We are all wondering.
Yes, I mean, for example, there are, as usual, a lot of events already scheduled for tonight.
There's a big concert in Circo Massimo, and all the Centro Storico. Yes. There's a lot of people expected already, but then many will come here.
That's exactly what we are expecting. So it will be interesting to see how the city will respond and how in the next hour the situation will develop. At the Circo Massimo, as you said, it's scheduled the main event for tonight. There are, for what we read, almost 60,000 people expected. So I don't know.
Matteo, you're an Italian.
Yes.
You've been following the Vatican for a long time now as a journalist. How has been Pope Benedict, as a German also, how has he been received here in Italy? What will be his lasting image also with the Italian population?
Well, we can say a couple of things. First of all, for Benedict was not easy to be the successor of another pope so important. Like I said before, you know, for a lot of people over their lives, you know, John Paul II was the pope, the only one, you know, for 27 years. So when he died, I remember that, for example, in my case, I had never seen another pope, and it was strange. It was strange. So, you know, we were not used to see someone else being the Pope. And I think that in some way he paid this kind of strange situation, you know, to be the Pope after John Paul II. But I think that this kind of situation was just for maybe 1 year. Then people started following him, loving him, and respecting his different way of being. Because, you know, I think it's normal that at the end we start doing comparison, you know, between this pope, the other pope. But then we understood that he was a different, you know, kind of pope from another country, always from Europe, but bringing his different point of view, his different way of seeing the church. So I think that even though he was the pope just for 8 years, a little bit less than 8 years, I think that people started appreciating him after a short time, and I think that he's still in the heart of everyone. And that's why.
In the heart of everyone. Matteo, you said before Matteo Bruni, the spokesperson of the Holy See, of course, who informed us also, and he said this, he asked us also, today is a day of prayer.
Yes.
Would you mind if we pray a Hail Mary for the situation, for Pope Benedict, for all the pilgrims who will come here? Maybe you'll be joining us also online if you see that. We've done this before, and as EWTN, it's important for us to really bring you in here on St. Peter's Square where so many pilgrims are now flocking in. But one thing we shouldn't forget is to take those words seriously, that this indeed is a day of prayer. Maybe if you want to pray in Italian, I'll do it in English. You do it in whichever language you're using, and we can pray together for Pope Benedict, for a situation here, for the evolving process now also with, and the proceedings with the funeral. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou amongst women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners, now and in the hour of our death. Amen. Matteo, thank you so much. I would like to ask you, maybe we can get 2 or 3 people who are here, who have a relationship, who also maybe came here already because they heard of Pope Benedict, and do a quick interview here. If you could maybe just branch out and organize this.
I will.
Let's see what we can organize. Thank you so much. Matteo Gioffi, our EWTN News nightly producer here in Rome at the Vatican Bureau for EWTN. Thank you. What is important also to say, and what we must not forget, is that, of course, Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI was longer a non-reigning pope than a reigning pope. And what's also interesting is the last words that Pope Francis also had for him in an interview that he gave to Javier Martinez from ABC, a Spanish media outlet. Javier was just here. If you want to look at our live footage on whichever social media channel you're using, we had him on interview this morning when we just heard about the news that Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI has passed. And what he shared with us is also the personality of Pope Benedict. Of course, there's a lot to say about him because he was a friend, somebody who walked alongside Saint Pope John Paul II and Pope Benedict, I mean, and he was then the cardinal in charge of the congregation of the dicastery of the congregation of Doctrine of Faith, where he brought on the way a lot of very, very important rulings, a lot of very important processes for the church, also the renewal of the church. And then when he became pope, he was not the youngest anymore, and when he resigned, at first it was a big shock to everyone, but as Archbishop Genswein, Benedict's private secretary, shared with us in an interview, it was like the biggest surprise to Benedict himself was how long he actually lived after his resignation. We're hopeful to have an interview soon, also with Archbishop Genswein, his reaction on Pope Benedict, and I hope you will stay with us on TV, but also digital, to see that, as we're trying now to find also more guests who have come here to Rome and to interview about their experience, or what also Pope Benedict and his life meant to them, and why they're coming here now to St. Peter's Square. From Rome, Andreas Tonhauser for EWTN Vatican Bureau.
come
Hello, welcome back here to St. Peter's Square and in the heart of Rome, really, where today the sad news reached us just a couple of hours ago that Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI has passed. My name is Andreas Tonhauser for the EWTN Vatican Bureau. We're broadcasting live here from St. Peter's Square. We'll be with you now the next hours, coming in and out and bringing you also guests who know Pope Benedict XVI, who have accompanied him along the way and who can give a little bit of a testimony. But we'll also speak to pilgrims. We'll be speaking to experts on his life. We'll be speaking to people who just happen to be here in Rome for the New Year's. And some of them that we've already had here for an interview shared with us that they now want to rearrange their travel plans to also witness the funeral of Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI, which we just learned will be on the 5th of January. On the 2nd of January, so 3 days earlier, he will lie in state in St. Peter's Basilica right here behind us, and we're expecting millions of faithful to flock into Rome right now. A lot of Italians are already coming. A lot of tourists who are in the city for New Year's Eve are coming to pay their condolences, and they're even now on the square, even before the Pope Emeritus is lying in state, just because also they want to know what is going on, what is happening, and what are the next steps here. I will ask now my colleague Courtney Maris to come here. She's a Vaticanista. She was working for the Catholic News Agency of EWTN, and she has probably also some more information, background information, as she's just been to the press conference of the Holy See Press Office. Courtney, if I may ask you just to come here on live so you can see where we're just broadcasting here as we speak. Courtney, thank you so much for being here as well. So this is not rehearsed, this is very spontaneous, but I understand you've been to the press conference also of the Holy See Press Office. Spokesperson Matteo Bruni informed the journalists about the next steps. What are we ought to expect the next days?
Yes, I just came from the press conference at the Vatican where Holy See Press Office Director Matteo Bruni gave us an idea of what we can expect in this unprecedented moment here at the Vatican. He shared with us that the funeral mass will be held on Thursday, January 5th at 9:30 a.m. and the Pope will be lying in state beginning Monday morning. I spoke with him afterwards. He said we can expect it will be somewhere between 9 and 10 a.m. on Monday morning, and we can expect a lot of people coming to St. Peter's Square. The Holy See Press Office Director also told me that Benedict XVI received last rites on Wednesday, the anointing of the sick, and he said he believed that was from the Pope Emeritus's personal secretary, Archbishop Gonswein. Obviously, it's a very emotional moment here in St. Peter's Square. A lot of people are here present, and I actually just ran into the Ukrainian ambassador to the Holy See, and he reflected on how much Pope Benedict meant to the Ukrainian people, as well as it was just very emotional during this moment, which is both historic for the Vatican and his country, Ukraine.
What did the ambassador share with you?
He said he's been in touch with his government. He doesn't know if President Zelensky will be coming for the funeral, but of course we expect many heads of state to be arriving at the Vatican in coming days. And the ambassador just stressed what a historic moment this was and reflected on how much Benedict XVI meant to Catholics in Ukraine during his time as Pope. We also, at the Vatican press conference, I also spoke with Director Matteo Bruni, who said that we can expect to see the scheduled liturgies for this weekend to go ahead as scheduled. So the next steps, we expect tonight Pope Francis to preside over Vespers for New Year's Eve. It's always a very moving event on the last day of the year with Eucharistic adoration, and the Pope shares kind of his last public message for the year, and we can expect, Pope Francis will probably say will speak publicly, for the first time at a public audience since the Pope's death, about reflecting on the late Pope Benedict XVI, who really touched us all. I know he touched me personally.
So the liturgy will remain the same. There will nothing be changed. But of course, we ought to expect that also Pope Francis will address this and will have words also for Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI. In his last interview, and we had today also, we interviewed here in the square Javier Martinez, who led the interview, who collected the interview with Pope Francis just a few days back for ABC, a Spanish outlet, where Pope Francis called Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI a saint. Is that something that that we believe to see very soon? That there are calls for Santo Subito, as they say here in Italy.
Yeah, that it remains to see in coming days as people come to St. Peter's Square, if we'll be hearing those calls of Santo Spirito as we did with the death of St. John Paul II. There is a traditional waiting period of 5 years after the death of a Catholic before the sainthood cause can be opened. Now, this has been waived in certain extraordinary circumstances, and we'll see what the case is with Benedict XVI. I can tell you, though, that, since the news that Benedict XVI had become greatly ill, we've seen just an outpouring of people speaking out about how much Benedict XVI touched their lives personally, drew them closer to God, helped them to grow in their faith. I've been hearing from many converts who said that actually they came into the church, they read their way into the church through the great intellect of Benedict XVI.
They read their way into the church. I mean, just lately, Sorb Ahmari, a very famous journalist also in the U.S., actually referenced this on EWTN News Nightly. So it seems that there are many other people who all owe a lot to the theology, but also maybe more also to the philosophy and to the thinking of Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI, correct?
Yes, I mean, he was one of the greatest theologians of the 20th century before he became Pope. And as Pope Benedict, he gave us such a great intellectual legacy. All of his writings are true treasures for the Church. And I know that they've touched many lives, including mine, and everyone is, very thankful and will be reflecting on so much wisdom that Pope Benedict XVI gave us during his 95 years of life.
What will you remember him for?
I have a personal memory of him in that Pope Benedict was the first pope I ever encountered during my first trip to Rome more than 10 years ago. I was lucky enough to attend an Angelus address when Pope Benedict was holding them in August in Castel Gandolfo. So it was a really intimate Angelus address, and although I was just one of the many Catholics in the crowd, I really felt it was a moment I'll never forget for the rest of my life.
Any words of him, any quotes that come to mind, or any books that you'll make sure to reread maybe now?
Oh yes. I mean, I think it's great to his Jesus of Nazareth series was something that's just extraordinary, and I recommend to anyone who hasn't read it yet, read it. It is such a great testament by a great mind of the life of Jesus Christ. It's a book worth revisiting year after year regardless. But I mean, there's really so many encyclicals to choose from. You can,
and really for the years to come, also to explore that. No, the legacy of Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI is something that we'll only find out also not in the next weeks, but over the next decades, probably.
That's a very good point, Andreas. He really has had a hidden life this past, nearly a decade in which he's been, interceding and praying for the church, remaining out of the public eye in the Mater Ecclesiae Monastery. And so I think we're all very eager to hear more details. Were there homilies that Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI gave when he offered Mass after his retirement? Was he writing anything more? There's a lot that we can hope to be hearing about this really unprecedented moment of having a Pope Emeritus in the Church.
Very exciting for that as well, because even as a reigning pope, we know from his personal secretary, Archbishop Genswein, we hope to have an exclusive interview for EWTN later today. We know from him, from other conversations we had, that Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI reserved a whole day to write and to be able to. That's why he is such a prolific writer, even as a reigning pope, which is quite remarkable, I'd say. Courtney, thank you so much for being with us. I know you have to run also because you will cover the vigil, the Vespers for New Year's Eve, and report on that, especially on Catholic News Agency. So CatholicNewsAgency.com. Everybody can follow there your work and everything that is being produced. I know there's a ton of stuff also with background information, inside information on Pope Benedict the 16th going up now. Thank you very much for all your work, and I hope you will still be finding a little bit of rest to also reflect on Pope Emeritus Benedict today.
Thank you, Andre.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Courtney.
Thank you.
And we have here now another person who has been very close to Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI, Professor of Weimann, who has joined us here in the square. Hello. Hello. So we're live here on really our global social media channels for EWTN. Of course, we've just heard about the passing of Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI. Now, you're someone who we can really call somebody who is in the close circles of, or was in the close circles of Pope Emeritus. You're greatly involved with the so-called Schülerkreis, the student circle, if I may translate. That is also honoring the legacy, the theological and the philosophical legacy of Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI. I know this might be a difficult question, but in a few words, for you personally, what was the impact of the pontificate, but also of the life of Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI on the Church, but maybe also on you personally?
How much time do I have to answer your question?
We have time. We've heard that a lot of pilgrims are flocking into the city. But honestly, how would you say, what was his impact?
So he was one of the greatest scholars on the throne of St. Peter's, which we have had in history, and he's one of the most brilliant theologians. For that reason, the things he had developed in his theological work and also later on as the Pope are just great. They are pointing always to the same direction, towards Jesus Christ. So his approach is Christological, which means he always leads us towards Jesus Christ. So his whole life is immersed into the belief in Jesus Christ, who was not just a stranger for him or a theory, but a real person. And this is what he tried to transmit to everyone. And the people of goodwill were able to understand what he said, and they were able to follow, and they were able to believe through his words, the words also of Pope Benedict, in Jesus Christ.
Yes. Maybe you can explain to us also a little bit. I said that you're greatly involved with a student circle of Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI. It's very well known in especially in the German-speaking world, but also beyond, of course. But for everybody who might not have heard so much, what is that exactly, and what have you been doing there?
There's a group of former students of Josef Ratzinger who met with him once a year, and they all grew older, as you can imagine. The Pope got 95 years old. So they invited also younger theologians like me to join this group of students. And with the younger group, we were like studying his theology. So we got to know Pope Benedict through his theology. And this was a real challenge for us on one side, but at the same time, it helped us really to understand what he wanted to transmit. And so from 2008, we were able, at least myself, I was able to join this group, and we had these yearly meetings with him at the beginning Castel Gandolfo and later on here in Rome in the Vatican. And there we got to know him personally, and we got to talk to him, and it was just a great experience, because we did not just experience how he was through the mass media, as most people, but we got to know him personally.
So get to know him personally. EWTN has actually broadcasted also those events that were always with fantastic speakers, fantastic knowledge also that was communicated and transferred also in those conferences. But maybe more on a personal level, what kind of person is Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI? What kind of person was he?
I think there are like three characteristics you could mention. One is a deep humility. So he was always, I mean, we always talk about humility, right? But what does really humility mean? Humility means that you're obedient to the word, to the divine word. So Pope Benedict was always listening. So he was listening to the truth. For that reason, he called himself a co-worker of truth. And this is one characteristic. The second is that he is, of course, a very gifted was a gifted and brilliant theologian, perhaps one of the most brilliant theologians we have had in history. And the third one, a deep man of faith. So he always really was a man who believed. As he started when he was a small child, so at the very end. Whenever he studied and developed his theology, he never stopped believing in Jesus Christ. And Jesus Christ was not just, as I just said, a person who was somehow a stranger to him, but who was his close friend. And to him, he just went.
From a theological perspective, what do you think? You already mentioned the Christology, this focusedness, this centeredness onto Christ. But are there other aspects that you would say this will be also for the future and for the coming years? This will be sort of the big legacy that we'll encounter also from Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI.
I mean, if you really believe in Jesus Christ as true man and true God, then of course you would also celebrate him in a certain way. For that reason, he had a certain emphasis on the liturgy. The sacredness of the mystery we are celebrating in the Eucharist was very dear to him, because that's where, where you apply in a certain sense what you really believe. That's where you celebrate what you believe. And for that reason, he had a very special emphasis on the liturgy, explaining the liturgy. And the liturgy was not just from a rite or whatever you want, or just a formal type of event, but it was a real encounter with Jesus Christ. And from there, you could withdraw like all the other things, as for example a relationship to everyone else, to the church, the understanding of the church and so forth. The church, according to him, this is another important aspect, is not just an institution as every other institution. It is instituted, or it's a mystical body of Jesus Christ, and for that reason the church is sacrament of salvation. So you join the church, as you can even see here in St. Peter's Square. You would join the church, and joining the church you would join the community of salvation, of the ones who are on the way to Jesus Christ, to eternal life. So all this is very much related to his theology, the ecclesiology, the liturgy, even the relation to other religions and so forth. All this has a great impact on or in the theology of Joseph Ratzinger, but the most important thing is that he always stayed focused on Jesus Christ.
And maybe you're coming from Germany, but you live here in Rome, actually at the Campo Santo Teutonico, I understand, so in the Vatican. And what do you expect from Germany? Will there many people coming to say goodbye? Are we to expect millions of faithful flocking into Rome in the next coming days? What are your expectations there?
There won't be probably millions, but there are many going to come. I got already many messages from people from Germany saying that they would take advantage now and that they're looking for housing here in Rome and that they would really come. And they're very thankful to Pope Benedict for what he had done, for his great example, for his humility, and also for being a German as well, bringing the light of Jesus Christ to the world.
Another thing is, how will it continue now for the student circle, where you're also organizing those conferences? Will this be something that will stop now? Will this take more importance? Will this be continued?
It might even take more importance, because his theology still needs to be discovered, and I think his theology can help us, especially in our times, as a key in order to transmit our belief to the people today.
As somebody who really knows well Pope Benedict's thoughts, writings, and everything, for those of us who are watching now and who might not be very well acquainted with Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI, which writing, which text would you recommend to start off, to get to know better his theology, his philosophy, really his faith?
If you really want to get to know his faith, you must read Jesus of Nazareth. If you're just interested, God in the World. So that's an interview book which he had done with Peter Siewald, and it's a very useful book which explains some basics. If you're interested also in, let's say, the crisis of the Church and the difficulties we are facing right now, then there is an Italian title. It's called the Rapporto sulla Fede, the Ratzinger Report, which is a very, very helpful book which helps you to understand what's really going on. And he had analyzed the situation already in the 80s, sometimes even the 60s, and his analysis are still brilliant and valid today.
Well, even on a political field like his, I don't know the English translation, but Values in Times of Change, Werte in Zeiten des Umbruchs, for example, where he also shows a brilliant mind just observing what is going on in society. But if we speak about society, how do you think his pontificate impacted, well, not only the Church, but also society at large? What were his main focal points there?
Society always needs guidance. So if a society has no guidance, the society will get lost. And for that reason, it was very important to him to offer guidance. So the World Youth Days, for example, were such events where he had a tremendous impact on the young people and also on the society. You may perhaps remember still Cologne, the first World Youth Day after his election, where millions of people gathered and celebrated the faith. And these were the great occasions where he offered guidance. Also in Australia, in Madrid, in Spain, and in so many other countries. So he took advantage to offer guidance. And I think that's very important for our time.
The German newspapers titled "We Are Pope" when he was elected. And now what will be the headlines?
I wasn't able to read all of them yet, but this one became very famous and popular. We are Pope, or anyway. Now, I don't know what they're going to say now, but one thing we have to say, thank you, Pope Benedict.
Thank you, Pope Benedict. Thank you, Dr. Weimann, also for being with us and being here. I hope we can welcome you back also at another occasion in the coming days when everything here is unfolding and more pilgrims are coming to say their goodbyes to Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, so we're here live from St. Peter's Square, interviewing experts, people who accompanied Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI on his way, but also those who have maybe not a close relationship, but just happen to be in Rome and are also interested now in saying goodbye, in paying their condolences to Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI. I think we have somebody here. Hello, what is your name?
My name's Dave Hodgson.
Where are you from?
I'm from the United States originally, but I've lived in Italy for 21 years.
Oh, where about?
I live in city center. I pastor Rome Baptist Church.
Oh, okay. And why are you here on St. Peter's Square?
Well, we just took a day off, we visited the museum set aside for Napoleon, because he's a student of Napoleon.
What's your name?
My name is Aaron. I like history in general.
Your last name?
Romano.
Very well. And why have you come to St. Peter's Square?
Well, we wanted to see the display. I've seen it at night a couple of times, but wanted to see it during the day. We're kind of killing time. Yeah. So,
and have you also heard about the passing of Pope Emeritus?
Just heard from your associate. I knew that he was in serious health issues, but did not know that he'd passed away today.
Living in Italy, how do you think he was perceived and seen also by Italians, not only the Catholics, but also of other faiths?
Well, I think that it depends on whether you were conservative Catholic. If you were a conservative Catholic, then he was somebody who was in your camp and you would agree with him. And yet that's not everybody within the Catholic Church. I know a number of Italian Roman Catholics who weren't all that happy with him because they're not as conservative, and sometimes there's a bit of nationalism involved.
And do you think that a lot of people will now come to pay their condolences also from the city?
We'll find out. I was here when John Paul II passed away, and I know that the lines went past my home. People stood in line in the sun for hours and hours and hours. They had to pass out water because people were becoming ill due to their willingness to stand and wait so that they could walk past the coffin. So we'll find out. I don't think anybody will go down in history as popularly as John Paul II. He was every man's person to look to with respect, and he did very, very well with the press. He was able to say things that people may not like, but would say it in a way that people could appreciate. He knew how to how to be the Pope. He was a great Pope.
Thank you very much. Thank you also for taking time, speaking to us. Did you like the display that you saw here on St. Peter's Square?
Sure. I think it misses some color, but I really like it. The tree is beautiful, and the carvings are just made well. I really like it.
Thank you.
It's better at night, but it was good from a distance.
From a distance. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you for taking time. Thank you. So we see a lot of people are here because they plan on being here for New Year's Eve. Of course, they plan for coming to Rome, either living in Rome and then coming to the square here, just paying a visit also to the church. And then today at around 10 o'clock, we heard from the Holy See press office. Matteo Bruni sent out a quick message that Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI has just passed away. Of course, this didn't come as a big surprise, although it wasn't clear how quickly that would happen. And so since then, hundreds, really literally hundreds of media crews, of journalists have flocked here to the square, but also pilgrims have come and will keep coming, especially today and tomorrow. It's not so easy. The city is booked out also for New Year's Eve, but still a lot of people are now just booking the flights, booking the trains, getting in the car, driving here, trying to find also a place to stay, to be able to say goodbye to Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI. I have another guest here. Hey, what is your name?
Mountain Butork.
Where are you from?
From Atlanta, but I live here in Rome.
And what brings you to St. Peter's Square?
Pope Benedict's death.
So what are you doing in Rome? Why do you live here?
I live here because I lead pilgrimages. I've been doing that for about 20 years.
So I assume that the passing of Pope Emeritus didn't come as a surprise, but of course it wasn't clear when it would be. What were your feelings when you heard about this today?
I was here in the piazza when the announcement was made. I've been here every morning for the last several days waiting for news, and so I was here and kind of shocked that there wasn't an announcement in the piazza, but rather just through press release.
Just through a communication in the so-called Politino. And so you organize pilgrimages? Do you already have a lot of requests in just a few hours now?
I haven't even checked.
You haven't even checked, but what is your expectation? Will there be many people coming for that?
I think people will be here for the funeral, but not really for pilgrimage. I know myself, I'm going to be here for prayer.
Yes, and what do you assume? What will we hear also from people coming to Rome? What will we hear from the media also about the impact of Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI?
I think a lot of beautiful stories are going to come out. A lot of people found their vocation when he was Pope and went through seminary with him as Pope, and so I think that we're going to hear a lot of amazing vocational stories.
From your side, any stories with Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI? Has he had an influence on your life in any way?
Well, my very first time to Rome, I was able to meet him as Cardinal Ratzinger, and that made an impact on my personal vocation as leading pilgrimages. I've had the honor to meet him several times as Pope. I've seen him 5 times since he retired, so he's been a big part of my Catholic life.
And in what way has he influenced you, or was there something that you will take with you from him?
Really, it was when I started my business, The Catholic Traveler, it was seeing my people experience the joy of seeing the Holy Father, like through their eyes. And so that always touched me. A lot of people from my generation, it's John Paul II, but really because of when I started, for me, it's always been Pope Benedict. And so that's the beauty for me, is just the experience my people have had with him.
And how do you think Pope Emeritus will be remembered?
I think eventually he'll be remembered as a doctor of the church. That's the hope.
Why so?
Because he was probably the most theologically sound Pope we've had in our lifetime for sure.
And can you share a little bit more on the theology, or what impressed you there especially? Or let me rephrase that question. I mean, there's so many writings from him. There are books and so much legacy also that he's leaving behind. What was the most important for you?
Well, I mean, maybe it's a little controversial, but he kind of brought back the Latin Mass, which I like to attend, and so that's been very special for me and a lot of people that I know. But I mean, there's a lot more to it than just that. A lot of he's done, but that's something that's personally affected me over the last several years.
If there's one book or one writing that you would recommend somebody to start reading if they want to get Pope Emeritus Pope Benedict XVI better, because maybe they don't have such an access, what would that be?
I probably would not be the person to ask that. I'm sorry.
Okay, okay, I understand. Maybe one last thing, if people are coming here starting on the 2nd, we've just learned today that he will be lying in state in St. Peter's Basilica from the 2nd onwards. The funeral will be on the 5th. Is that even enough time for all the people that probably will come to say goodbye?
So I work in tourism, and I've already checked with a bunch of hotels. They're sold out. Flights are getting more expensive. I mean, that's just the nature of the thing. So it's not a lot of time to get here, and when people get here, it's going to be inconvenient. But it's a pilgrimage. You're coming to honor someone who led the church for all these years. So,
you said you came here also to pray, and you will be also coming to pray when he'll be lying in state. Right. Matteo Bruni, the spokesperson of the Holy See Press Office, invited us to, especially today, as a time of prayer. Would you mind praying with me also Hail Mary for Pope Emeritus, but also for the people coming and our viewers online now who are joining us, that we can also honor this request?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou amongst women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners, now and at the hour of our death. Amen. Thank you so much for being with us. Anything else that you would like to share from Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI?
Just remember to pray for his soul. We got to get him to heaven. Yeah.
Very well, very well. Thank you so much for being here, and all the best. And hopefully we see you around here during the day. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So this was the Catholic Traveler. You should also check out his website and all the social media feeds there. He's a regular here in Rome, and like him, many others are flocking now to St. Peter's Square, not just because of New Year's Eve, which is, of course, there will be a Vespers at 5 o'clock. We will broadcast this live on television, but also online. And afterwards, hopefully, we'll be able to have an interview, an exclusive interview with the private secretary of Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI. From Rome, Andreas Tonhauser for EWTN, Vatican Bureau. Thank you so much for watching. Please stay on. We'll just take a little break, and afterwards, we'll be back here with more interviews, with more facts as soon as the news arrives. Thank you very much. We're back here on St. Peter's Square in the heart of Rome. We've learned today that Pope Emeritus we've just learned today that Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI has passed away. And now we're broadcasting live here, at least on our social media channels, for EWTN, for all of our affiliates around the world, to inform you what is happening here in the square, what is happening in the Vatican, as everything is unfolding, as the news come in for Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI funeral and the steps towards this event on the 5th of January. With me here is now our Vatican correspondent, Rudolf Gehrig. Rudolf, you're from Germany. What can you tell us? How's the reception in the native country of Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI?
It's maybe like the German Bishops' Conference. It's very departed. So on the one hand, we have a lot of grief. People are sad. And right now I received some messages from friends from Germany asking me, "Well, how can I get a ticket to fly to Rome, and or should I take the car? How is it in Rome? I really want to see Pope Benedict. I want to say farewell." On the other hand, there's a lot of hatred, especially in the social networks. I won't quote anything of that, but it's sad how much the death of a human being, whether you're Catholic or not, how much hatred this can cause to people, to some people.
But overall, you would say it's very negative, or is there also positive reaction?
Yes, there is positive reactions. It's like I said, people are trying to plan our trip to come here, or people writing on social media how much he meant for their personal life, or for a lot of people told me Pope Benedict is the reason I found God. So Benedict is not the target, but he was a good tool of God's will, of God's plan to bring me back to church.
Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI has impacted the church a lot, not only as reigning Pope or Pope Emeritus, but also as a cardinal. Maybe can you tell us a little bit the reactions? You've also spoken to people close to him now today. What are the first reactions after this sad news that he has passed?
People really try to be cool and to function because it's a big sadness, and especially people who are closer to him, they're like a bit heartbroken. On the one hand, on the other hand, they all say it's like a salvation for him. So he suffered a lot. So and Pope Benedict was always knowing where he is going to. And for example, Peter Seewald, the famous biographer who wrote this big biography with Pope Benedict and who had a lot of interview books, and who also come back to the church through Pope Benedict, through Cardinal Ratzinger, later Pope Benedict. He said in an interview a few days ago, before Benedict's death, that he visited the Pope in November, and he had the feeling that the Pope Emeritus is tired now, and he is happy when he can come back to the home of our Father, to heaven. And so maybe we should see it like this.
So also this positive aspect of our faith, of course, that life is not ending with death, but there is hope for the afterlife, and this is also something that Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI bore witness to. No,
exactly. I remember. I think it was 2 years ago, 1 year ago, when he wrote a letter to a good friend. I think it was a monk who died in Austria, and it was a good friend of Pope Benedict. And he wrote a letter as a Pope Emeritus and said, now you're going home to the Father. Now you're going home, where we all want to go someday. And I, for myself, I also hope that I will join you one day in eternity. So there is no really reason to be sad for him, but we are all human, so I think it's okay also to have some days of grief.
Well, and also Matteo Bruni, the spokesperson of the Holy See Press Office, he called for a day of prayer for Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI. A lot of people have come here. We've spoken to a social media personality, the Catholic Traveler, who's based here in Rome before, who said, well, he has definitely come here to pray for Pope Emeritus and spent also a few hours here. Now we see in the background the square, St. Peter's Square, has emptied. Do we know why that is?
I think it has probably to do with tonight. There was a Vesper planned before the Pope died and a Holy Mass for it's the last day of the year,
which is still taking place.
Exactly. That's the information I got too. So I think it's nothing special now. We know that the body of Josef Ratzinger will be exposed on January 2nd. Maybe they already started preparations, but we don't know yet.
So he will be lying in state in St. Peter's Basilica. That's also where the funeral will take place, as far as we know today, and where probably Pope Francis will preside over. There's still no news coming in right now, also to understand what else is planned, what else will happen, how the authorities here in Rome will react. From Germany, what do we hear there? Well, where a lot of people from your native country, from Pope Emeritus's native country, will be coming to say goodbye to their, as they call it, we are Pope now, to their Pope Emeritus.
Yeah, in Magdl am Inn, that's the small village where Pope Benedict was born in Bavaria. He has the birthplace of Benedict is there, and as I understood, the mayor of this region, of course, plans to go there. I don't know yet if the Chancellor of Germany, Olaf Scholz, if he will come. Usually they did when Pope John Paul II died. So I think we will see more, but it could be that in the next few days we will hear a lot of German voices here around in St. Peter's Square.
Yeah, I for one heard of the minister-president, so basically the governor of Bavaria. He will be coming, or at least they all intend to come. We also heard that Rome has filled up before because of New Year's Eve, but also it's not easy to find booking. People have to be quick, and of course there's also a lot of flights that are being booked right now as we speak for Rome. Rudolf, maybe just quickly, you mentioned the book Peter Seewald, Benedict Alive. What of the books will you be taking with you? Which one will you maybe read again now after those sad news that arrived today?
I have the book here. It's very big and very heavy. I will definitely read it again. Right now, in that moment, it depends on the situation, but right now I remember especially the descriptions of the life of Josef Ratzinger when he was a kid. And I'm still impressed how this little guy in this small village, this small, shy boy, kept his youth faith, the faith he had, his way of believing he had when he was a child until he was a pope. He's maybe the smartest theologian of this age we have right now, but he still kept this very simple faith into God, and that's maybe something we can learn from.
Yeah, very impressive also in the many conversations we had with the private secretary of Pope Emeritus, Archbishop Georg Genswein. In those conversations, and we hope to also be able to have him in an exclusive interview later today. In those interviews, he also mentioned how impressive it was for him the prayer life of Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI, and this was always taking precedent. This was always the most important thing of the day, was the Holy Mass and also the prayer of the hours, the breviary, and so on. So it seems really this was a faithful person, of course, Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI, who really took his time for prayer, his time with God, seriously.
Yes, and the best thing I personally remember was 2010 at the World Youth Day in Madrid. We were on this big field, Cuatro Vientos, the four winds. I remember that because a storm was coming up and the thunder was rolling and we saw the lightning, and 2 million people sitting there on the fields, and we were afraid. And I remembered my mama back in Germany when she said, when you see lightning, then go into the house, because when you're hit, you're dead. And I said, okay, how should 2 million people go there? And I remember there was a little bit stress on the altar, and people coming from security coming to Pope Benedict and saying, let's leave. But Pope Benedict said, no, I stay here with the Eucharist. And it was silent. And the thing that no mother ever can reach, the target that no mother, no teacher can reach, the Pope really got it, that 2 million people were silent for minutes and just praying in front of the Eucharist. So that's what I remember, that this Pope, in his whole presence, ever was like the finger of Saint John, the baptism, who's showing here. That's the Messiah, not me. It's not about me. It's about Jesus Christ. And in that moment, I never had this experience like in that moment.
A beautiful image, Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI, like St. John the Baptist, pointing the finger towards Christ, showing the way to him, paving also the way to him, with his own personal, authentic lifestyle to go first, really, and to guide the people there. Rudolf, thank you so much. We'll ask you back also later today, maybe with some updates, maybe with things that you've also heard from the community, also what's going on in Germany, as we learn more and more here. We see now the first pilgrims coming back in. It's people who will attend the Vespers with Pope Francis. We're sure also to be there live, so we'll broadcast this live, of course, and we're sure also to hear something from Pope Francis now on Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI. Rudolf, thank you so much.
See you later.
Since there are not that many faithful right now in St. Peter's Square, it wasn't possible for us to get other guests like we had before, pilgrims who have already flocked to Rome, who have already come to Rome to say their last goodbyes, to bring their condolences also with them, and to see what is happening here at St. Peter's Square. But I will ask my colleague, EWTN News Nightly producer Matteo Cioffi, to come back and just to share with us for a second, also here in St. Peter's Square, what we've learned so far from the Holy See Press Office. Matteo, please. Thank you for being back with us. So, have we received any news for the processes? What do we know so far? Maybe we can also repeat what we've learned also earlier about the process, the funeral, and everything that it will be happening now in the next days here in Rome.
Yes, as we said before, this morning around 11:30, a briefing took place at the Holy See Press Office. Was led by Matteo Bruni, the Vatican spokesperson, and basically he shared, and again he confirmed the sad news of this morning, but then he also said the schedule for the next days. Basically, we know that on Monday, January 2nd, people will be able to visit and to see Pope Emeritus Benedict inside St. Peter Basilica. And then 3 days later, on January 5th, 9:30 in the morning, always here in St. Peter Basilica, there will be the funeral. We know that Pope Francis will be presiding the funeral, and this is something that we were discussing before this morning when we were talking about that. And so we said this is something unique, unusual, because it's the first time that we are experiencing the funeral and the death of a Pope Emeritus, and so basically...
And also that we have a Pope presiding over a Pope's funeral.
Exactly, because usually the decano of the cardinals is the person to preside the funeral, but in this case we have a Pope that can do that, so that's what's going to happen on January 5th. We also know that something is going on behind us, because probably people can see that there are, the crowd and the people who are going to the right access to the Basilica. The square is basically empty, but in 2 hours from now, 1 hour 45 minutes, there will be an important event, which is something traditional, which is something already scheduled for sure, and I'm talking about the Vespers and the Te Deum, which is a traditional and very solemn and important Thanksgiving song in the Catholic Church. So at 5, in 1 hour 45 minutes from now, there will be this event, which is confirmed, which will take place. So now all the people behind us are going there, and these are people who have the access, and they are probably...
So they reserved it beforehand that they can participate in the Vespers with the Holy Father.
Exactly. These are the only people who are allowed to go to the Basilica right now. Then we don't know too much about the rest of this afternoon in terms of security, safety. We spoke with the head of the police who basically is trying to arrange the situation here, and he simply told me, we don't know. We are just waiting for something from the Vatican to understand what we can do for the rest of the afternoon and the evening. As we said before, we don't know what to expect. We are thinking that probably there will be hundreds or thousands, people coming here to pray. For sure, we know that this is a special day. It's December 31st, so people were probably ready and prepared to celebrate the last day of the year in a different way.
It's a very symbolic date, no? Has somebody, you've spoken to journalists here, you've spoken to the press office, to the police, as you mentioned, also to faithful coming here. Has somebody remarked anything on that actually Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI, who lived much longer than he expected himself, actually, as we've learned also in several interviews, but that he's actually, that he has died now on the last day of the year of 2022?
Yes, this is very symbolic. It's a very sad way, for sure, of closing, this year. But, people were not expecting something like that, because we heard, the news during the last general audience in the Paul VI Hall on Wednesday, where Pope Francis invited faithful to pray for Benedict, saying he's very ill, but, he's trying to be a real man of church until the last second of his life, and trying to serve the church like he did in the last years. So we didn't expect something like that on Wednesday, when Pope Francis said that. We were a little bit surprised that the Pope was saying something like that for the first time, because in the last weeks we knew that the Pope Emeritus was not feeling well, but that news probably changed the rest of the week and these Christmas holidays for all of us. So in the last 2 days we received in the morning the bulletin from the Holy See Press Office saying the Pope had a decent night, he's quite present, he's not feeling so bad, and so we hope that he could live, much longer. Then this morning we really had a very bad way of starting the last day of the year with this news. Pope Emeritus died at 9:34 Rome time, so that's something that touched everyone, and I don't think just all of us working for this television, but all the people who are Catholic, all the people who are working and are Catholic. So it's a very special day, unfortunately not in a positive way. We will be, praying and continuing thinking about what he did and what he left to all of us, and this is probably the most important thing, trying to pay our tribute.
And are there new informations also where he will be actually laying, where he will be resting after the funeral?
Well, we think at the Vatican. We think in St. Peter Basilica, where all the other popes are buried. So this is something that we are expecting. We were talking about that, in the previous days with the colleagues, because we understood that the situation was very complicated. And as I said, we were ready, but probably not so quickly, And after that, the Pope said that on Wednesday, so we started thinking about that, but then the news was confirmed this morning. But we think that he will be inside St. Peter Basilica, where all the other popes are.
There's no confirmation of that right now. There have been different options rumored. We don't want to even get into this, but it's very likely that he'll be at St. Peter's. Yes. Is there anything else planned after the funeral? We've heard mentions of a Thanksgiving Mass.
Yes, we are waiting for additional news. As Matteo Bruni, Vatican spokesperson, said today at the briefing, he said, I will be here. And, I will try to give you more information during the day. So we didn't receive additional information so far, but we are expecting to know something more, in addition to the day of the funeral and when the people will be able to visit and to see the body of Benedict. So let's wait. As I said before, now there will be another important event, which was already scheduled, but we don't have to forget that tomorrow there will be another event in the morning. Pope Francis will preside the Mass for the Mother of God, in the solemnity of the Mother of God, and at the same time, after that, at noon, he will do the Angelus as usual. So,
but this is as usual, right? So they said there will nothing be changed for today and for tomorrow. That has been planned for a long time. However, there must be something. We ought to expect some mentioning of Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI also during the Vespers tonight, which will be broadcasting live as well from EWTN on all channels, but also for tomorrow for the Holy Mass at 10 o'clock Rome time.
Yes, exactly. That's what I said. Like this is something that is changing, our work and everything inside the Vatican. But at the same time, there are kind of events already scheduled, traditional. They are confirmed and they are taking place now and also tomorrow. And then, for sure, next week will be marked by Pope Benedict event, in particular the funeral on the 5th, but also there will be 3 days for the people, to come here to visit and to see Benedict starting January 2nd. So there are these 2 things confirmed. Now let's wait other additional information from the Holy See press office.
Matteo, allow me, you are the producer for EWTN News Nightly. You easily had more than 200 guests in this year 2022 that you asked to do we call it a talk back, meaning an interview with Washington DC, our news headquarters for EWTN, from all walks of life, all different backgrounds, from artists to priests, cardinals, politicians, diplomats, etc., who were giving an interview on certain aspects, different aspects, their reason also of the church and also their reason for being in Rome. What would you say? Was there anybody amongst them that you could remember, that you could pick out now, also with the close relationship to Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI? Has this ever been a topic?
Well, yes, we spoke a few times about that, in particular when we have German guests. There is for sure a natural connection. But I want to say that one guest that I want to stress a little bit more was the Ukrainian ambassador to the Holy See,
who was actually here today as well. We didn't have time to bring him on camera, but he came by, he stopped by, said hello. We briefly also shared condolences also, because he seems to be very close, or he felt very close also to Pope Emeritus.
Yes, exactly. And I want to mention that because he was one of probably the best guests over the year, in particular because we were talking about the war in Ukraine, and he was very happy and very available, to speak about that from a different perspective, like an ambassador, but the ambassador to the Holy See. And we know how much the Holy See is working on this story, on this topic, with a diplomatic, in a diplomatic level, trying, to help as much as the Vatican can do to try to find a solution. And so he came on News Nightly in April, so it was before Easter, but it was like 45 days after the beginning of the war in Ukraine, and he shared with us a lot of personal experiences and putting together his institutional role, but also with Vatican perspective. So I think he was one of the best guests for what he could bring and for his direct experience of the situation.
I mean, it was something that also Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI always had a very clear eye and a great observance also for anything that's going on in politics, also in geopolitics. Like Pope Francis, he was quite outspoken. But would you say also were there any guests that would speak or give also testimony on their relationship maybe with Pope Emeritus?
Well, we have, as I said, a lot of people who came on sharing something with us. We had the dean of a pontifical university from Germany, and he was one of the few people who were able to speak and to share something more about Benedict. As I said, for sure, when they are from Germany, they always bring something different because probably they had a direct contact, a direct personal experience with Benedict before he was elected Pope, you know, and that's always very interesting when we are able to share and to have something more that's not just, oh yes, he was the Pope for 8 years. So this is something that I always find very interesting to share with our viewers, something that goes a little bit, you know, beyond what we are usually used to see.
And that's also what you're doing every day here from Rome for EWTN News Nightly, our daily news show. So if you haven't seen it, please make sure to watch it on television or online. EWTN News Nightly, Matteo Cioffi here, our producer based in Rome, who has worked extensively and for a long time now for EWTN and other networks in the Vatican with a large background knowledge. We'll ask you back also if you hear anything new, if there's new information that we can receive on everything that is going on. Maybe one last thing, also more personally for you. You've shared a little bit with us already, but if you have to think back, Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI, what is the one thing that you will take with you from him?
Well, I think it's easy to say his writings. You know, we know that we are talking about an incredible theologian, a wonderful expert of the church. But this is something personal for sure, as you said, and I remember the World Youth Day in 2008 in Australia. So I remember following that event, even though there was a huge difference of time. So I was very involved in that, and I remember an incredible mass that Pope Benedict presided there in Australia with a large crowd of young people, young faithful, and so also because it was, you know, in a particular part of the world, in Australia, you know, and we could see how much also the faith and the young people were there participating, so involved in this wonderful event, which is the World Youth Day. So I have that memory of him presiding this Mass in Australia in 2008.
We also know from one of the conversations, just to add to this, and then I'll let you go again, but just to add to this, we also know from a conversation with his private secretary that actually Pope Benedict had the young people in mind even when he thought about resigning, because he knew that he couldn't travel to Rio for the World Youth Day anymore, because it would be too much for him at this point in his life, briefly before his resignation. And so that was what he had on his mind also, to make sure that the young people who would come to Rio de Janeiro for the World Youth Day have a pope there. He said, that's also a reason why I have to do this now. Of course, there were probably many other reasons, but that was one of the reasons, also having the young people, the youth, on his mind. And he was not the youngest pope, but he was very active, and we know of many young people who were very much impressed and moved by his writings. As we have heard also earlier today, and you can also watch this online on the recording of the whole live broadcasting that we do here from St. Peter's Square. This is something that you can go back to and follow up if you're interested. Dr. Ralf Weimann, who is also very much involved with Ratzinger Schülerkreis, the student circle of Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI, and who are holding conferences here every year.
Which is something that we covered during this year, also last year, also with Martin Rottweiler, or with people who were part of this conference here, which is actually behind us on the other side of the columns at the Augustinianum, which is, you know, the place of the Schülerkreis. So, yeah, just to respond to what you were asking before, you know, that was one of the stories that we covered during the year, actually in the last years, trying to bring and to keep, you know, the Pope Benedict teachings, which is probably then the most important things that we can do, to keep this incredible value that we have and that we have been receiving over the years from his pontificate.
Thank you, Matteo. Thank you, Matteo Cioffi, EWTN News Nightly producer here in the Vatican Bureau in Rome, and there's much more to come for you. Andreas Tonhauser in Rome for EWTN Vatican Bureau. Thank you for being with us. We'll give you the next update at the full hour. We're back here at St. Peter's Square. We've heard today of the sad news of Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI, his passing. And now we are trying to keep you updated online here on all the channels of EWTN about what is happening here in Rome, what are the next steps, how will this all unfold towards the funeral of Pope Emeritus on the 5th of January. In 1 hour, we will have a Vespers that will be presided over by Pope Francis, also to basically say goodbye to the old year. And of course, we expect also Pope Francis to address the passing of Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI. During that, please stay online, stay tuned, or turn on your television for EWTN, as we'll be broadcasting live and transmitting live from that event here in St. Peter's Square, in St. Peter's Basilica, of course, where this Vespers will take place. With me now is Don Sergio Tapio Velasco, a professor for Santa Croce. Please join me here. Thank you so much for your time. You've come here to St. Peter's Square also to participate in the Vespers.
Well, I'm here mainly to pray in the memory of Pope Benedict. I came here because I have like a strong relationship with him, in the sense that I've been priest since 1998, and so I have been first with John Paul II, and then with Pope Benedict, were like kind of signals for my own vocation. And I remember when I was here on the 19th of April 2005, it was a very touching moment, the moment of his election. Those days were extremely emotional.
So you were here in the square when he was elected?
Yes, I was here just a few meters from here. I was outside the square, and with me was Monsignor Joseph Clemens,
who, of course, was also at some point the personal secretary of Pope Emeritus.
Yes, Monsignor Clemens was the personal secretary for Joseph Ratzinger, when Ratzinger was the prefect for the Congregation of the Doctrine of Faith. And he accompanied him for so many years. And that day, the 19th of April 2005, the day of the election, when we heard that we had this fumata bianca, no, the white smoke coming out of the Sistine Chapel, we immediately came running to St. Peter's Square, and I just met him. He was working in that moment, Monsignor Clemens, in the Pontifical Council for Laity. And it happens that the rector of my own house worked in the same Pontifical Council. And so I had met Monsignor Clemens in different occasions. And I just stepped beside him. And so in a certain moment, the Pope came out from the main balcony of St. Peter's. We were expecting, his name. But already Monsignor Clemens was extremely moved. And in that moment, when they announced, and the cardinals have just elected Cardinal Josephus, he started crying. It was
it a big surprise, or was it something that was expected already?
It was expected, I would say. Joseph Ratzinger was probably in that moment the most prestigious cardinal in the church. We all saw, just after the death of John Paul II, how all cardinals gather around Benedict, that was the dean of the College of Cardinals, and he celebrated, as you remember, the funeral of John Paul II. And since that moment, we all thought, well, this could be a great pope. No, it was really difficult to think of a successor of John Paul II. It was a huge giant, and who could succeed him? Only a man of great stature, but at the same time with extreme humility to be with the weight of the church in that moment.
But did people trust Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI at that point when he was elected Pope to really fill these, as you said, big shoes also of Pope John Paul II, of Saint Pope John Paul II?
I would say that was a very conflictive moment for the church, because everybody understood that, John Paul II was a big giant. Everybody was speaking about Giovanni Paolo il Grande, the great John Paul II, who can succeed him. But let's say that in the public opinion in the world in that moment, the figure of Joseph Ratzinger had the cliché that he was like the former, let's call it, inquisitor, no? He was the head of the doctrine of faith, and for some people...
So he had a pretty, let's say, hard image.
Yes, I would say that he had a very strong cliché against him since the very first beginning. No, in a certain sense, in the same way that they put a cliché over Pope Francis after his election, no, saying he will be the reformer of I don't know what.
But that's also a little bit typical, I would say. No, I understand you're teaching at Santa Croce. You're a professor for.
I'm teaching actually media training and public speaking in the School of Church Communications.
So actually, you are from the field, and so I mean, this is what media very often does. It's to simplify. But would you say that Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI managed to overcome this stereotype that he also had to encounter?
I would say that just immediately, in the very first moment when he came out of the window, and I'm sent, I'm just a humble servant in the vineyard of the Lord, the people started changing their cliché, their reaction. The opinion, I think, has changed along the years. And actually, if we are sincere and we go to see the statistics, much more people came to the Angelus with Benedict than with John Paul II. It was
really
amazing. It was amazing. I would say that probably it was already a blessing from John Paul II, blessing the church, no? Saying, okay, I am just a servant, an instrument of God. And for me, another touching remembrance of Pope Benedict was the day of his departure, when he resigned. The very last day, when he was the 28th of February 2013, the day that the pontificate ended, no, you remember he took a helicopter from St. Peter's to take him to Castel Gandolfo. Well, that day, when he was leaving his office, he met Cardinal Angelo Comastri, that was the vicar for and Angelo Comastri told us something that I still remember. That he said, I came almost crying to say goodbye to Pope Benedict. And in that moment, Pope Benedict told me, he gave me, let's say, it was not a hug, no, just took my back, and he said to Cardinal Comastri, don't worry, we are not indispensable. The only indispensable is Jesus, and he's still leading his church. Trust him. No, not trust me. No, not trust Benedict. Trust him. Trust Jesus.
Father, this is something we have heard today, even with the people that we've interviewed. Faithful from all over the world who happen to be in Rome, some who have come already to Rome because they've heard of the news, some people who've been here already but came to St. Peter's Square also to pray here. But we've heard a lot also from experts or people who are close to him as well, how serious he was about his faith in Jesus Christ, and that he would repeat this over and over. So this was not just part of, forgive my words, being a pope, part of the job, basically, that you have to be also, using pious words, but he really lived that.
I truly believe that Pope Benedict XVI, Joseph Ratzinger, will be entitled in the future a doctor of the church, because all his thought has always been to stress, to underline that there is no need to divide this so-called historical Jesus from the Jesus of faith. There is only one Jesus Christ, man and God, that was historically alive with us 2,000 years ago and is still leading the church. The strong faith and the strong humility of Benedict will be a blessing for the church in this moment and in the future?
I have a little bit of a difficult question because it is all spontaneous. You just basically walked up here also, as you said, to pray. But since you're also teaching media communications, and we know sometimes it's difficult for the church also to communicate Christ to the modern world, to a secularized age, to a secularized society. What would you say we could learn from Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI when it comes to evangelization in the modern media?
I think that his main effort probably in his last years was to invite people to read the Bible again with open eyes.
To read the Bible again with open eyes.
Yes. Why? He wrote, as you remember, from 2007, it was published the first volume of the life of Jesus of Nazareth. 3 volumes came, no? First, the introduction, then a second book on the of the Passion, no, the Passover, no, and then a third book on the infancy of Jesus. All those 3 books are tough. I always say, it's not Harry Potter. It's not an easy book to read. No, it's a tough book, but that when someone approaches, no, the reflections of Benedict with an open heart, can really rediscover that our faith has ground basis to be, has been, how can I say, put under criticism along the years, and this has been a grace, because we can say that we are not just like fanatics, no? There's no fanaticism in true faith. When you approach the Bible with the eyes or with the sight of faith that Benedict had by his hand, no, accompanied by his comments, his commentaries, then you can rediscover Jesus. I think that this world is a world that is constantly doubting not only of faith, but today we doubt also about reason. And I think that faith and reason together had a wonderful example in the thought and doctrine of Benedict XVI.
So in a nutshell, what would be the legacy of Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI?
I would say that probably for me, his main legacy is the humility of service. Not his doctrine, even if he has a huge doctrine. No? He's a doctor, as I say, for me he's a doctor of the church. His theology books are extremely interesting and extremely deep. But for me, the example that he gave when he resigned, and all his life, when you read again all his life and see a constant life of service, since he was just a priest, then as professor in the university, then as bishop in Germany, then here working as prefect of the Congregation of Faith, he has always tried to be a servant of the vineyard of the Lord. And for me, that's a great example that I think that I can follow. Probably I am not a theologian. I won't be as wise as he was. It's difficult to imitate him in his doctrine. We can learn from his doctrine, but we can certainly imitate him in the way of serving the church where the church needs to be served.
Father, thank you so much. May I just ask you for a little favor? Matteo Bruni, the spokesperson of the Holy See Press Office, today said today should be also a day of prayer as they bring more information, more news, more also points for us, for the media to communicate about. But he really said they will give all those points, but at the end, maybe that we can make it a day of prayer. Could we maybe just pray also together and with our audience also online? Maybe we can say a Hail Mary. Yes. Maybe you and your Spanish, a native Spanish speaker. I will just say Hail Mary in English, and the audience in whichever language you pray to, for Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI, but also for all the people now working here and preparing this great goodbye for a great Pope. Yes. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou amongst women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners, now and in the hour of our death.
Ahora y en la hora de nuestra muerte. Amén.
Thank you so much, Father.
Thank you, Andreas.
All the best, and I hope we can also bring you back at some point in the coming days when we'll report more and give more background info also, and bring you more, not only news, but also a view behind the scenes here at St. Peter's about those last moments of saying goodbye to Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI. Saying thank you so much, Father. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
We have here also a member of the Vatican Bureau of EWTN who has been in Rome for many, many years, John Luis, who is still active. Careful.
Good to see you.
Good to see you. And Merry Christmas. We haven't seen each other.
No, we haven't. Almost Happy New Year, a couple hours.
Almost Happy New Year.
Yeah.
Is Masi also registering? So we're back here with somebody who's been following Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI for a very long time, who has been here in Rome for a long time, who has worked and is working for EWTN since many, many years. Joan Lewis, Merry Christmas to you. We haven't seen each other after Christmas.
In a couple hours, Happy New Year.
And Happy New Year, although it's a sad occasion that we're meeting here. You who you really lived side by side also with Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI. Yes. How are you experiencing this day?
Well, it's like losing a favorite uncle. Somebody who's been with you for so long, you love, admire, respect, and in many ways they were a teacher to you, even a mentor, and they're gone. You can't have any more of those special moments, but I have 30 years of memories, because I go back to when he was cardinal and headed the CDF, the Congregation, now Dicastery, for the Doctrine of the Faith. And I worked just meters from where we're standing at the Vatican Information Service for many years. At times we needed comments, observations, documents, information, and I was sent to interview Cardinal Joseph Ratzinger. And I remember the first time I went, it was like, I'm looking at the Mount Everest of theologians, of cardinals, this amazing, amazing man. And you know what? He was just kind. He was gentle. I told his secretary once, I said, for me, he's a gentleman and a gentleman. And he looked at me, and Ganschwein said, that's the best definition I have ever heard of Benedict.
A gentleman and a gentleman. You know, this is something that we keep hearing here from many people who now give testimony. Faithful pilgrims who are coming here now to St. Peter's Square to find out what is going on, also what are the next steps, but also experts and people who live close by or in the circle also around Pope Emeritus, and they all say he was very gentle. At the same time, in the media, and you have worked in the media for a long time yourself, he's very often been portrayed as not that gentle. So how does that go together?
Well, you know, I have to tell you, when he was elected Pope, the first big audience he had in the Paul VI Hall was with the media. Popes often do that. And so several thousand of the media having covered his conclave, and where we're standing, I was standing when he was elected. Anyway, so those of us in the press office, we had, seats in the front row, and I'm hearing all the secular media that had called him God's Rottweiler and, this severe, staunch conservative. They're going, wow, they're watching him. They're watching him interact with people, hug people he knew, pet a dog that belonged to a correspondent he knew. He was so always genuinely Joseph Ratzinger. And the media was, they were blown over by this. And I just turned around to a few of them. I said, he didn't become nice overnight. This is the same man who has been in Rome for 25 years as Cardinal Ratzinger, aiding Pope John Paul, St. John Paul. So I said, this is the same man. Those of us who know him well, this is the same man.
Joan, now we will continue with the program here in St. Peter's Square at 5 o'clock, as planned actually. So we were informed that there's no change to the liturgy or also the events that are planned in St. Peter's Basilica for today. The Vespers with Pope Francis tomorrow at 10 a.m. Rome time. We will have Holy Mass with Pope Francis again. And there is no adaptation now, even though Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI has passed. But of course, we're expecting to hear something also from Pope Francis, that he will say something also to Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI. At the same time, and we will live broadcast, so I hope that you'll stay on and you'll watch this as well on TV or also on our digital channels. Joan, I hope that we can have you back also in the coming days, where you can share a little bit more with us all the stories that you have with Joseph Ratzinger and then later Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI. Maybe just real briefly, what is the one thing that you will take with you from him?
I think it was his gentleness. He could reprimand you in the most loving, caring way if he had to. And he could just welcome you into his office in a loving, caring way. You were the person that mattered at that moment. Anytime I ever met him, there might have been 50 other people in the room. We just saw each other. He was a man who could command the situation, but in this loving, caring, humble. Oh my gosh. His humility, capital letters, for sure.
Joan, thank you so much. Joan Lewis here with us on St. Peter's Square on the day that Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI has passed, on the last day of the year also, maybe the end of the year, end of an era. At the same time, we're very hopeful to find out what the legacy will be, and that we'll only have to discover, as we've learned, in the coming years, in the years to come, also from a great pope, a great theologian, a great philosopher, but most of all, a great human being. As you said, a gentleman and a gentleman. From Rome, St. Peter's Square, Andreas Tonhauser, Vatican Bureau.